the game's opening play. With that, I will give you a look at his numbers on the ground in last week's game.
And 8 at the 26-yard line.
So, from the 26-yard line, here's 2nd and 8. Out of the gun, it's Sanders. Throwing over the middle, this one is complete. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line.
17 yards.
17 yards on that connection. And that will be a first down. He'll turn and hand this one off. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
We spent so much time, Mike, talking about these defensive backs and their ability in pass coverage. But when you also have a defensive back that can make plays in the run game, especially behind the line of scrimmage, man, those guys are just so hard to find. That was a heck of a job here by this guy.
And they will finally track him down inside the 40-yard line. They get 21 on that one. That's enough for a first down.
You know this defense worked all week defending this quarterback as a scrambler, as a runner. But sometimes it's just hard to simulate until you see him in real life, his speed, his ability to create. We saw him get him here early on a big scramble. He's able to pick up the first down and keep the drive alive.
From the shotgun, it's Sanders. Quickly to the outside and complete. 7th play of this opening drive, and here's 3rd down.
And it's 3rd down.
From the gun, it's Sanders. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down.
I think as the offense comes to the sideline now, the quarterback and his wide receivers need to get together and say, hey, guys, what are you seeing out there? How can we find some open targets? Because on that last down, there was nowhere to go with the ball.
That one is good. And the visitors will take a 3-0 lead.
A lot of times as an offensive player, you come off the field, you're not thrilled to end a drive like this with a field goal. But I think in this case, you can label it a success. You were able to operate your offense. You were able to quiet this crowd just a little bit and come away with an early lead.
He'll work his way across the 25-yard line.
Yeah, really with you. I should probably sign a head, boy, because I got all the heads, boy.
They'll go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10. Now the former Ohio State Buckeye, here's Jake Hayes-Dobbins. And he'll get about 6 out of that one before being forced out of bounds. Second down, Nix. Got it into the hands of Mims. And he'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down. Whoa! And he's going to be taken down right at midfield. A gain there of 11. First down, Broncos.
That's good for a Denver Broncos. 1st and 10 at the 50-yard line.
Boy, tough to bring down there, fighting forward for a gain of 7. You get a look there at his numbers on the ground from a week ago. From the 42 now, here's 2nd and 2. on the ground. Here's Dobbins. He's going to be taken down at about the 30. Set to go now on 1st and 10. They'll run with the second-round pick in the April draft. And he'll plow forward for a gain of 4 yards. So, from the 25, it's 2nd and 5. Here's Dobbins. He's going to be marked down at the 12-yard line. It's a pickup of 13 yards. Good for a Denver first down.
Denver Broncos. 1st and 10 at the 12-yard line.
Now it's Dobbins. A gain of 4 as he's taken down.
He's tackled at the 7-yard line.
2nd and 5.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5.
Working out of the gun. It's Nix. Oh, fine work there defensively. Got that hand in there. That pass is incomplete.
Incomplete. Brings up 3rd.
Nix from the gun on 3rd down. Forced to his right. And he gets to the outside and takes it in. Bo Nix. Touchdown Broncos. His 2nd rushing touchdown of the year. The defense comes up with the coverage, but they cannot keep up with the speed as the quarterback scrambles to the end zone for the touchdown.
And down here in the red zone, Mike, is where I think a quarterback's legs can be the most dangerous. The defenders are trying to match backs, match tight ends and receivers, but often it's the quarterback that has no one assigned to him. And in this case, he's able to capitalize and run it in himself.
This will be returned from the 6. The visitors' offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. He's putting together a very strong first half of the season. Currently the NFL leader in touchdown passes. Drive will start on the ground. And he works his way through an opening. Up past the 35. Nice run for 8 on that one. So, from 37, here's 2nd and 1. Back to the ground. He'll get it again. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line.
He's across midfield to the 48-yard line. A gain of 15.
Sanders keeping it on the zone read. And he will lose yardage on the play. They knock him back to midfield.
The decision whether to keep the ball or to hand it to the back happens so fast. In this case, the quarterback thinks it was a keep read. The defense was there ready to stop him. Tackle for loss.
Now it's Sanders. I had a defender draped all over him. Incomplete. Good work to body him up and set up a 3rd down. Here's Sanders to throw. He'll take a shot here for the end zone. That one worked it up in the end zone. And it's incomplete. What great work just to get those hands up there. And now it's 4th down. And now the punting unit will come on. The Broncos have Marvin Mims out for the return. No return forthcoming. It's a touchback and will come out to the 20-yard line.
Their own 20-yard line.
Get your money out.
A first down throw for Nix. He connects with Mims. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8.
It's a gain of 9. Brings up 2nd and a yard at the 29-yard line.
We are through one. It's the Broncos with the early lead. Greg and I back in Denver in just a moment. The Broncos in possession of the football to begin the second quarter. They've got it 2nd and 1 coming up. And I don't think he got that wrapped up at the line of scrimmage. And now you're looking at 3rd down.
No gain on the play. Brings up 3rd and 1.
He'll give it to Dobbins. He will not be able to get to the edge. They shut him down. Taken down behind the line. And it's 4th down.
Well, what looked like an advantage for the offense, Mike, facing 2nd and short now, has turned into a win for the defense. Back-to-back stops for a loss. And it brings up 4th down.
This one fielded out beyond the 25. And it'll be a good return. He's able to get it up past the 40-yard line.
Their own 41-yard
The visitors' offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And he's been a real threat, not just with the arm, but the wheels as well. The NFL's leader amongst quarterbacks in terms of rushing touchdowns. And he'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
A 3-yard pickup. Brings up 2nd and 7.
Now, Sanders. Now he takes off. 3rd and 5.
Nick Bonito on the tackle. A 2-yard gain on the play.
He'll try to get this one on the ground. This will not do the trick. They've stopped it behind the line. 4th down coming up.
This is one of those down and distances where the offense really could either run or pass, but give credit to the defense. They sold out to stop the run, and boy, were they right. They take them down for a loss.
The Broncos offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. The lead sits at 4, so they'll try to add on to that. This drive begins with 1st and 10. Now Nick's going to look to throw. Oh, trying to set up the screen, but that is going to fall incomplete. 2nd and 10.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 20-yard line.
From the shotgun, here's Nix. Was brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up 3rd down.
A bit of a quick hitter here, and what you're hoping for, Mike, is that the defense can't react quickly enough because the ball's coming out so hot, but they knew it was coming, and they end up holding them to just a short gain.
Quick throw, out wide, it's caught. Line of scrimmage is the 31 as they line up 1st and 10. Handoff here, up the middle, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
The 3-4 defense, Mike, is predicated on the big man over the center, the nose tackle. He's big, he's strong, he takes up the entire middle of the defense, and that's exactly what we just saw in that play. He makes the stop for no gain.
And he is not going to get away. Might have gotten a yard, but it will set up 3rd down.
33-yard line. A 1-yard pickup brings up 3rd and 8.
Back to throw is Nix. A throw on the move is caught. And he'll be stopped short of a 1st down, and that will necessitate a call to the punt team. It's 4th down. Here's Jeremy Crawshaw now, as he's on to punt for the 2nd straight drop. That is fielded at the 20. And it'll be brought down, short return, and they'll take over there. The visitors' offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And this defense has to be searching for answers right now. It's been his ability to make plays on the ground here in the first half that has really given them fits. Trying to find some place to go, but nothing developing. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 1.
At the 26-yard line.
Sanders will throw it. This one complete. Right side, it's Watson. And he'll be brought down, but not before they get this all the way up near midfield. First catch for him on the afternoon, and it results in a first down.
This is a really nice job of just finding a hole in coverage, Mike. And I used to say, hey, when you're open, stay open. That's the art of route running versus zone coverage. And it's a friendly target for the quarterback in space, and they're able to convert.
Give him 15 more on that one. They are on the move. It's a first down.
First down.
They'll look to throw. To the left side, in the hands of Watson. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down.
It's a gain of 7. Brings up second. And
Now they'll set up to throw. He's going to keep it himself.
Give him credit for keeping this play alive as long as he could. This easily could have gone down for a loss, but he's kind of able to find his way forward and at least get back to the line of scrimmage.
Sanders on third down. He'll throw it left and has his running back. A gain there of 10 yards. And that will be a first down.
It's a gain of 10. Result is a first down.
Blitz coming. He'll throw it. He'll get this out to his running back. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down.
Great example of first down efficiency. You don't always have to go for the big play, but put yourself in a friendly second down. Now you have equal opportunity to both run and pass.
Back to throw. Now he'll run. And he's in for the score. That is a heartbreaker for the defense. They took away what he wanted to do in the air, Greg, but that scrambling ability gets him to the end zone for the touchdown.
And the reason he was able to take advantage with his legs here, Mike, is he made a fast decision realizing there was nowhere to go with the ball. The amount of guys the defense had in coverage took those passes away. He tucked the ball down, took advantage of the space, and he was able to take it all the way.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. From the 6, here comes a return. Across the 20, they'll mark him down before the 25-yard line. That's where the offense will take over. The Broncos offense ready to get back at it. They'll start out first down and 10. To throw is Nix. They set up the screen for Dobbins. He'll be out of bounds. Decent pickup of 5 on first down. They'll come up now for second down and 4.
At the 29-yard line. A 6-yard pick.
They'll throw. It's Nix. This one complete to Sutton. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one.
And the Broncos
on first down, here's Nix to throw. A pass complete to the tight end, Evan Ingram. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. They get 20 on the connection. First down, Broncos.
First and 10 at the 38-yard line.
And now you can see they're really getting in rhythm in this 2-minute drive. Now, after that last completion, Mike, they cross midfield. Now the mindset goes to, all right, we got to come away with some points. We've got a quarterback who's in complete control, and they got to see if they can finish this thing off.
Complete to Marvin Mims.
Now, a second down throw for Nix. Now a timeout, Denver. That's their second. As the clock will stop with 45 seconds to go until halftime.
There's this misconception out there, Mike, that in the NFL, you have to run the same amount of run plays as you do pass plays. And as you're seeing in this drive, you can fall on one side of that coin a little bit more as long as you're able to remain effective and efficient. So far, their passing game has dominated here early, and that last pickup leads to a first down.
Hicks, now to throw it here on first down. He'll be hit as he throws, and that one will wind up incomplete. Could not step into the throw that time. It'll bring up second down. They'll look to throw again. That one knocked away in the end zone, incomplete. What a good job locating the football by the defense where it matters most, and it'll bring up third down now. He'll try and get there on the ground. And with just 4 seconds left in the first half, a timeout is called.
A gain of 3. It's fourth down.
On fourth down, the veteran Will Lutz for the Broncos field goal.
30-yard attempt.
This from 30 yards out. Lutz's kick is good. And the Broncos will level the score at 10 apiece.
What a methodical drive to close this half out. I mean, let's not forget, Mike, they get the ball after the break as well, so they get back-to-back. They call it doubling up possessions. Last one of the first half, first one of the second half. It's a great opportunity to put some distance between you and the opponent.
On first down, it's Sanders. He'll let this one rip, looking for Watson. That's going to be incomplete. They took a shot on the final play. Prayer not answered. And that is how this first half will come to an end.
Our journey through the NFL starts now. And it begins at Arrowhead. The Chiefs at home to take on the Raiders in the AFC West. And it's Patrick Mahomes. One of his 3 touchdown passes on the afternoon. The Chiefs had to work for it, but they win it by a field goal. From there, it's up to Minneapolis. Let's look in on the Vikings. They're hosting the Philadelphia Eagles. And it's the 2,000-yard rusher from a year ago, Saquon Barkley. He's going to find a crease and take it 13 yards to the end zone. The Eagles move their mark to 6-1 as they continue to play well here in the season's first half. Lastly, let's go out to Chicago. The Bears taking on the New Orleans Saints. And it's DeAndre Swift. Just get his hands on the football and let him do the rest. 58 yards for the score. There's a look at the rest of the scores from Week 7. Baltimore and Buffalo not pictured. They are on the bye. Meanwhile, in our game, we expected a tight one, and we got it, all even at the break. As we send you back out to our commentary team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Could not ask for more from that first half. All even as we begin quarter number 3.
Free kick out of bounds. Kicking team. Automatic first down.
On the bootleg, it's Nix. He'll dump this out wide to Dobbins. They'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
All right, so there's really 3 areas that a modern NFL running back has to excel at. Number 1,
second down. Nix. To the right side, he's got Ingram, the tight end. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. A gain of 16 on that pass play. Good for a Denver first down. As they try to run it here. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
defensive coaches preach every day, Mike, swarm to the ball. Get as many hats to the ball carrier as possible. And this is a great reason why. The ball carrier is able to make the first guy miss, but it was the pursuit from the rest of the defense that's able to get him down and keep him to no gain.
And they'll move it down to the 11-yard line. He's out of bounds there.
27 yards. That's good for a Denver Broncos.
Now a run on first down. And a good job following his blockers. A gain of 7. It'll be second down.
4-yard line. A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3.
Here's Nix to throw. The second down throw is incomplete. They can keep the drive alive if they get to the 4, but facing third down at the moment. That'll be complete to Dobbins. And he'll take it on in. Hey, Dobbins. Touchdown, Denver. His 6th touchdown now for the season.
Just feels like a big drive, doesn't it, Mike? Here in the second half, you got a tie ball game. Now you're able to get out in front. Let's see how this other team responds, having to play from behind.
We've got a ton of time, Greg, but a little momentum feel. Come out of the locker room, take the lead. Now it's up to the other team to climb uphill. So great way, perfect way to get this second half started. So now after the touchdown, Lutz going to send this one away. He fields it at the 8. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The visitors' offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And he's an early front runner for MVP of the NFL. It's the first half of the season, but as you can see, he's already leading the league in passing yardage. Had to push through that one tackler, but he is wrapped up. scrimmage.
So they're not going to get the yardage to reflect it, but I actually thought that was a pretty nice job by the running back, at least getting back to the original. Scrimmage. This offensive line, they've got to do a better job getting him through untouched. His yards before contact got to be better.
On the zone read, here's Sanders to keep it. That changes a lot. He's out of bounds all the way down at the 20-yard line.
A gain of 52 yards. Results in a first down.
Now give on the ground. And wow, tough to bring down that time. Surging forward for a pickup of 6. Second down.
It's a gain of 7. Brings up second.
They'll stick with him again. And he will score! Touchdown. It's his 4th rushing touchdown of the year.
That's a heck of a run right there, and I can't tell you, Mike, how many running backs coaches I've heard over the years say, your responsibility with the ball is to make the first guy miss. We can't block everybody on the field. That's the role of a good running back, and you see it here. All it takes is one missed tackle to get this guy in space, and he's able to do the rest with his legs and take it all the way.
The PAT, up and good. And the visitors will come back to tie things at 17. So back to level after the touchdown. Time for the kickoff. This taken in at the 8-yard line. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line.
At their own 26-yard line.
Run with Dobbins. This defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on first down, but that's exactly the case here.
After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13. Working out of the gun, it's Nix. He takes off, and he'll be brought down up around the 38-yard line. Good decision to take off. He gets 15 yards and a first down.
Broncos first down. First and 10.
A first down throw for Nix. That's over the middle, but it's incomplete. Try again. It's 2nd and 10.
Brings up 2nd and 10.
Throwing. Nix. Rush comes. They're setting up the screen. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down.
That's a gain of 3.
Nix from the gun on 3rd down. He's got his man. He finds Sutton. And he will go all the way. Cortland Sutton. Touchdown Broncos. It's his 3rd touchdown catch this year. Well, that was a pretty easy touchdown. He was wide open, Greg. Easy chance to close the deal, and they do with a touchdown.
And, Mike, it just appears to me that's just a breakdown defensively. You can't allow a receiver to not only be so open it's an easy pitch and catch, but then to have the space to operate after the catch to finish that one off in the end zone.
Makes the score our home team 24, visitors 17.
So now after the touchdown, this one away. He'll start at the 4. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The visitors' offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And this defense has got to be at its wits' end trying to come up with a way to keep him contained. He's had so many opportunities to tuck it and go. He's turned a number of those into big plays. And he's going to be bottled up quickly after a game of about 1. Brandon Jones comes up with the stop.
It's 2nd and 8 at the 28-yard line.
They'll run it on the inside handoff. He's going nowhere. Losing yardage on that play.
Taken down back at the 23-yard line.
Now Sanders on 3rd and long. And this drive is going backward. Taken down for a loss. The defense with a quick 3-and-out.
4th down.
This kick hangs up, and the fair catch will be taken beyond the 35-yard line.
At their own 37-yard line.
Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. Play action now. It's next. Oh, he's got a defender right with him, and it's an interception. And the visitors will have great field position as they take over at their own 45.
I think when he goes back and watches this film, that's certainly going to be a ball he wishes he could get back. He puts a little too much air on it, and they're able to make a play, and they get themselves off the field.
They'll begin here on the ground. And he'll move this ahead for about 4 yards. Brandon Jones comes up with the stop.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6.
A run now on 2nd down. And he'll only be able to muster a couple of yards. John A. Barron is there to make the stop. They'll come up to 3rd and 3. Trying to pick this one up on the ground.
The ball carried by number 31. The tackle made at the 47-yard line. A gain of 2 yards on
Now the Broncos going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll discuss what's to come as 4th down is looming. They'll try to throw for it with Sanders. He'll try to run for it. You can't beat a running quarterback. Gain of 16 and a 1st down.
a gain of 16 yards. And a 1st down.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Blown back in the backfield. We'll get the carry here. And the woes in the running game continue. They're going to subtract yards there. A loss on the play. So after the loss on 1st, here's 2nd and 14. From the shotgun, it's Sanders. He'll swing this one out wide to his running back. And he'll get about 12 yards here as he's out of bounds. That'll make things a little easier on 3rd down. So, 3 quarters now in the books. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. Here is a big one. 3rd down and 2. Out of the gun, it's Sanders. Taking off, he'll try to get there. And he's taken down, but they are in business. This sets up 1st and goal.
1st and goal at the 10-yard line.
From the gun, it's Sanders. A toss, left side, caught by his running back. And he's going to be taken down right around the 9.
Brings up 2nd and goal at the 9-yard line.
Now it's Sanders. He's going to tuck it and go.
Great job in coverage here. Nowhere for the quarterback to go with the ball. He decides to tuck it and turn it to a runner. They get to him quickly. Picks up a couple yards, but not enough now. Brings up 3rd down.
On 3rd and goal, Sanders. That one is caught beyond the pylon for the touchdown. A huge touchdown there in the 4th quarter, and now just a point away from tying the game.
And that's one of those drives, Mike, where you know your best is needed. Can you come through here late and give your team a chance? They're an extra point away from tying this thing up, and we got ourselves a ball game.
So they're not level yet. A critical extra point attempt to follow. The kick is good, and that will tie this game here in the 4th quarter. All even. 4th quarter, everything we've wanted. What's in store in the remaining time? On the return, here comes Marvin Mims. And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line.
25-yard line.
The Broncos offense and Bo Nix getting ready to go back to work. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been successful. He just processes things so quickly, making the right read seemingly every time. And he's going to be knocked down hard behind the line.
You know, Mike, it's funny, when you're facing these really elite defensive linemen, sometimes it's easier to make them the read guy rather than actually try to block them. Unfortunately, they're elite for a reason, and sometimes they're still able to make the play like we saw here.
On second down, it's Nix. They set up the screen for Dobbins. And he'll be taken down after a gain of 9, and third down coming up.
A gain of 9 brings up
From the shotgun, here's Nix. He'll step up and run.
a gain of 9 yards. And the Broncos first down. First and 10.
So they come to the line for first down and 10. On the ground, here's Dobbins. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line. A gain of 11 on that one. First down, Broncos.
First down. First and 10 at the 47-yard line.
Now it's Dobbins. A nice job, able to dance away and get forward for a pickup of a half dozen. From the 41, here's second and 4. They'll go play action with Nix.
The second down pass. The tackle made back at the 47-yard line.
Wow, an important one coming here. Tie game, late, and this is third down. He'll take a shot with Mims. And this ball incomplete on third down. He was looking for Marvin Mims there. And it's going to lead to fourth down. The Broncos bringing out their punter. Important punt here in this tie game late. The visitors' offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. We're all even. Fourth quarter, so every drive so important at this stage. And they'll start with first and 10. And he's brought down after a gain of a couple. From the 23, here's second down and 7. Now, Sanders. He'll step up and run this. And they will finally run him down up near midfield. A gain there of 27 yards. It's a 3 tight end look as they have it first and 10. Here's the toss as they look to run. He's going to be taken down at about the 30.
It's a gain of 20. Results in a first down.
Up the middle they go. This time they're ready for it. Room to run the last snap. Not this one. They stop him for no gain.
No gain on the play.
On second down, they run the counter. And they will take him down at the 20-yard line. All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning remain as we get set for first and 10. Sanders will throw it. And this one's going to be a loss of yardage. He's marked out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage.
He's taken out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage.
Here's Sanders to throw. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And he's going to be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning.
Third down.
The crowd cranking it up another notch before third and long. Forget about it. They're going to lose more yards Good job on the defense, and it's 4th down. So, right out of the 2-minute break, we get a timeout used by the defense with 1:56 to go. This kick is good. They move out front and take the lead here in the 4th quarter.
And this has been such a tight game, but that's a big one right there. I mean, you need a kicker with confidence. Well, this guy, he fits the bill. He steps up and knocks it through to give his guys a lead here in the 4th quarter.
He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. The Broncos offense and their running back set to go once more. And it's hard to believe you can run the ball a whole lot better than he has. The vision, the cutback ability, the acceleration, the stats. It has all been on display throughout. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. They'll come up for 1st and 10.
Broncos, 1st down.
They'll drop to throw. He'll throw it left and has his running back. Here's 2nd down.
A gain of 4. It's now 2nd and 6.
They'll get up on it quickly and spike it with just a little over 50 seconds remaining to play. Mims sent in motion here. There's a short one taken by Ingram. And he's going to get out of bounds with the 1st down. Ideal circumstance there. They get the 1st down and preserve that final timeout. He connects with Mims.
All right, so anytime you're facing the blitz, the best thing you can do as an offense is just get the ball out of your hand. Get into the hands of receiver, run after catch. In this case, nice job by the defense, rallying to the ball. Modest gain.
We'll see how they want to play this. It's 3rd down. He finds his man, Troutman. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a 1st down. The Broncos going to signal for their 3rd and final timeout. And they get it with 26 seconds to go in the football game. Quick throw on the RPO is complete. Go to the line now on 2nd and 2.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2.
He'll hurry up to spike it with 13 seconds showing on the clock. Here comes Will Lutz in a big spot. This to potentially send us to overtime. Now this defense will use the 1st of their timeouts. And they'll stop it with 13 seconds left to play.
32-yard attempt.
This one is on target, and it is good. And we are almost certainly bound for overtime.
And that's just a big-time kick right there. I mean, think about all the things running through this kicker's head. He knows if he misses it, this game's over. But he's cool. He's calm. He steps up, takes a deep breath, and he knocks it through to extend this game.
35-yard line.
They'll throw on 1st down with Sanders. He's going to run it. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield.
The tackle by Zach Allen. A gain of 14. Result.
Here we go. One final play. He'll take a shot here. Back of the end zone. And penalty flags come in as it winds up incomplete, but no doubt there was contact there. So now out comes the field goal unit in this pressure spot. This to win the game. This kick is good. And it's celebration time. A walk-off victory on the game's final play. So it's a win for our visitors. They get themselves into field goal range for one final shot. Kicker delivers. They avoid overtime and come away with a 3-point victory. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olson and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. So long, everybody.
Artistry on display. Hi, everyone. I'm Scott Hansen. This is your EA Sports Weekly Recap for Week 7. Plenty to get you caught up on. Let's start in Detroit.
It's the NFL on EA Sports as you take a look there at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia, PA. Today we've got a Week 8 matchup on tap here, as it'll be our visitors taking on the Philadelphia Eagles.
With Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, you look at this Eagles team as they enter play here. They come in feeling good after back-to-back victories.
His counterpart on the Eagles sideline, Nick Sirianni. His guys ready to feed off the energy in this building as they try to win one in front of the home crowd.
On the other side of the field for visitors here. Lurching closer toward the midway point of this NFL season, and we're underway on EA Sports. The lane opens here. He's past the 30. And he nearly broke that for more, but as it is, still a good return. They'll start the drive right around the 37. So out comes this offense to take over from first time. And a look at a guy, definitely got a little razzle-dazzle to him. Can do it with his arm or his legs. Their mobile QB.
And he is, without any question at all, the focal point of this offense. Had an unbelievable game running the football last time out. We're not just talking about little scampers here and there for 5 or 10 yards. We're talking about big, long, explosive field-flipping runs. And that's something this defense is well aware of.
First play of the drive goes the wrong way. Here's 2nd and 12.
Throwing, Sanders.
Being chased out left.
And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped.
So from Philadelphia territory now, here's a 1st and 10 at the 38.
They run with Jackson out of the gun.
And finally, down he goes as they work it inside the 10 to the 7. Back-to-back plays of right around 30 yards, and the field position has totally been flipped. That was excellent from start to finish, from the blocking to the running, just well executed.
And now let's look ahead, because after that, how about a little play action, maybe a little bootleg, and get the quarterback out on the corner and give him a little run-pass option.
They're right down here looking for 6. And the ball smacked down on the 5-yard line. Here's 2nd and goal.
Now here's a little touch pass as they tap it quickly to their receiver. And he's maybe going to get this back to the 4, but that's about all. On 3rd and goal, Sanders feeling the pressure here and taken down. A sack back at the 7. That's big Jordan Davis powering in to drop him. And his kick is indeed good. Well, I don't know if they would have gone for it on 4th and goal anyway, but the sack on 3rd down pretty much made their mind up for them.
You're exactly right about that. And this is a tough place on the field to take a sack because, as you just noted, it took the decision-making away from them. Now they have to go for a field goal instead of potentially going for it.
No, a nifty juke there.
Not much fun for a guy trying to tackle it.
Philly's offense getting ready, and Jalen Hurts ready to lead them. The second-round pick who started his career at Alabama, then finished with an electric senior season at Oklahoma.
His game last week reminded me of the old song, Accentuate the Positive. That's about all he did, right? Yeah. 3 touchdown passes, over 300 yards in the air. Receivers happy.
And they got the win.
Got the win. If you're running back that likes to catch passes, they're happy as well. Big-time game.
First down.
They keep it with Barkley on 1st down. And he'll do a nice job here just to fight his way back to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. It'll be 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 48-yard line.
Throwing is Hurts. Under pressure here, and down he goes. Sacked back at about the 43-yard line. He'll wind up losing a full 9 yards here on the sack. Now it's 3rd down. Everybody was coming on the blitz that time, and they got home.
And you know the expression, hat on a hat, in terms of blocking, trying to keep your quarterback protected? Well, if you don't have enough hats, that's the end result. Your quarterback goes down, and sometimes he goes down hard.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. And that's going to be incomplete. But, man, his first throw, that nearly went the other way. Instead, it's 4th down.
1 first down here, and that's all, folks. Good work by this defense to hold things in check and force a punting situation.
On 4th down, punt coming from Braden Mann. He was only asked to punt once in the victory last week as he sends this one away. A beautiful fake. Call it an even 40-yard punt, 7-0 on the return. And they will take over 1st and 10. The visitors' offense and their quarterback coming out for their 2nd drive. And he's been a real threat, not just with the arm, but with the wheels as well. NFL's leader amongst quarterbacks in terms of rushing touchdowns. Throw left side complete. That's Scott. From the 28, it's 2nd and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 7th and 5.
Now a handoff up the middle. Torres only able to get 2 here. Stopped at the 30. Coming up here looking for 3 yards to pick up the first. On 3rd down, this is Jackson. And he won't be close to a first down as he runs into a wall right around the line of scrimmage. And they'll send out their punter now as he's on to punt for the first time this afternoon. That's returnable now for Smith. A 46-yard boot, but just 36 following a pretty decent return of 10 yards. And the Eagles will have it, taking over 1st and 10. They go play action with Hurts. Can't get away, and he's taken down. It'll be a loss of 7 on the sack, and it brings up 2nd.
And this is what you've got to do against a quarterback like him. You've got to keep him in the pocket and not let him get to the perimeter, because once he gets outside, that's where he can really hurt you.
Now following the sack, they'll look to make amends on a 2nd down and 17. Hurts. They'll set up the screen to Barkley. Powers through it. And able to break 1 tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain.
Brings up 3rd and 9.
Hurts sets up to throw it. And that one to the right side and incomplete. Here's Braden Mann now, as he'll kick it away for the second time. And a fair catch signaled for and taken just outside the 20-yard line. The visitors' offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And this defense has got to be searching for answers right now. It's been his ability to make plays on the ground here in this first half that's really giving him fits. They'll start here with Jackson. And he'll take it forward for about 5 up to the 28-yard line. The numbers for Jackson in last week's game: 10 carries, 52 yards, and a touchdown.
How about we shine a little spotlight on the offensive line? Those big guys up front are creating nice space, nice gaps for them to run through. I think he's going to go for over 100 yards in this game.
Here's a 2nd and 5. Sanders to throw. And that is incomplete. A lot of force bearing down on him there. He could not hang on. It's 3rd down.
3rd down. And 5 yards to go.
Here's Sanders. And it's a short one here. Complete to the tight end. And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45.
Number 87. It's a gain of 20. And a first down.
And they run the option here on 1st and 10. And some strong running. And he'll be out of bounds just shy of the 40. So from Philadelphia territory now, here's a 1st and 10 at the 42-yard line. And he'll decide to keep this once more. 6 yards there on the keeper at 2nd down.
Oh, man, that wasn't far from breaking in a big way into the secondary. Read option, quarterback kept it. And while he didn't get a first down, he did get a nice chunk of yardage. Only a nice tackle prevented it from maybe going all the way.
3-0 after 1 on EA Sports. Ready for the second quarter, and it's our visitors with the football, as they've got it with a 2nd and 4 coming up. Sanders. And he will not make it back to the line of scrimmage as he's going to be taken down.
And it's 3rd down. 3rd.
To throw is Sanders. He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete.
87. Incomplete. Nolan Smith on the coverage defensively.
And that is no good. Oh, he missed it just wide of the upright. The Eagles offense set to begin their next drive.
Eagles nothing.
And they entered play on a 2-game win streak, and then they've got the open date on their schedule next week. So this is a group that's really looking to hit the break on a high note.
And this will obviously be a tough game for them. But go ahead and play this out with me, partner. If they win here and make it 3 in a row, they get to heal up after that. You've got to think that's an ideal setup and a worthy goal to play for in this one.
And he's taken down at the 50 after a short gain of 2. Just not a whole lot of room to operate there on that carry.
No, not at all. They did a really nice job staying in their proper places and not allowing any lanes to open up.
He's got Smith here. And he'll be stopped well short. Only 2 yards there. 4th and 3. 2 minutes gone by, second quarter.
It's 4th down.
They'll try and throw for it with Hurts. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. The Eagles unable to convert there on 4th. And this defense is going to get the football back near midfield, right at the 48. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard.
A gain of 9 brings up 2nd and 1.
They go play action now. Sanders. And that is incomplete. And this offense on 3rd down today, they've only converted once in 4 tries. They need just a yard here. It's 3rd and 1. Now a handoff inside. It's Jackson. And he's going to go backward. They get him behind the line. Brian Dable with his background on offense, he's got a call ready, and they're going to go for it on 4th down. Oh, he sheds himself free. And brought down, but the juke, the very nice juke, gives him the 1st down yardage there.
A gain of 7.
On the give, here comes Jackson. And he'll fight forward on the straight-ahead running for just a couple of yards, 2nd down.
35-yard line. A gain of 2. Brings up 2nd and 8.
Up the middle they go. Torres. And all the way inside the 15 before they drop it. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10.
And a 1st down.
To throw now, here's Sanders. Catch made by Jackson near the sideline. Now 2nd and 9.
He's out of bounds at the 14-yard line. A gain of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 9.
Now Sanders. This will be caught just inside the 10. They missed a field goal on their last drive. Here they need something to even get into field goal range on 3rd down. And here's a handoff out of the gun. He didn't get the touchdown, but he did get the 1st down as he's tackled at the 1.
1st and goal at the 1-yard line.
Jackson. No gain on the play that time, and it sets up 2nd and goal.
No gain on the play. Leads to 2nd and goal.
Again, Jackson. And this time he finally breaks through. It's a touchdown.
Well, he's been the workhorse on this drive, and it would have been unfair to bring someone else in to finish the job. So they go back to him again, and he delivers with a touchdown run.
Now the extra point try forthcoming. It's up and good, and that'll increase their lead to 10-zip. A pretty long drive that time. 11 plays all told. The kickoff unit is out on the field, and they will send this one away. And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26. The Eagles coming out as they get ready. Sitting at 1st place in the division. They've got an open date on the calendar coming up next week. So, Charles, you and I were talking about this before the game. This one for them kind of has some extra importance.
It certainly does, because if they can get the win here and pad their lead a bit, or at least keep pace, then they can really kick their feet up and say a job well done at this point, and not have to worry about ball at all until they're back in their facility, back in their meeting room, getting ready for the next game.
Here's Hurts to throw. Rodgers brings it in. And he'll be taken down across the 50 at the 45 in enemy territory. 17 yards and a 1st down for Philly. They'll set up the throw.
This one goes out wide for Barkley.
Short completion, just 4 yards. And that's going to bring up 2nd down. We've hit the 2-minute mark of the first half. 10-0 our score. Throwing again on 2nd down. Hurts. It's Barkley once again bringing in the catch. And this winds up a pickup of 2, maybe 2.5 to about the 39. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. 1st and 10 here, and you know, if they could just get 3 out of this, something about whittling it to a 1-score game at half that might provide a psychological boost. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Devontae Smith with touchdown number 8 on the year. And the Eagles are on the board here in the final minute of the first half. Now after the touchdown, here's Elliott on to kick it away. And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And just inside of a minute left, Charles. They got a pretty long field ahead of them. I'm curious to see how they play this, but you would think definitely enough time to at least try to get 3 out of this.
Yeah, you want to move with a nice sense of pace. You want to up the tempo a little bit, but you have to do it with some poise as well. You don't want to go so fast that you hurry yourself into mistakes. There's enough time to put points on the board if they do it right.
And even though they have the lead, you know that they would love to extend this lead before heading to the locker room.
Is a first down.
From the shotgun, Sanders. Looking left side, and he's got a man. That's Martin. Now 2nd and 5.
Out of bounds at the 44-yard line. It's a gain of 5. Brings up
Sanders once more. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. And he's able to get this one out closer to midfield across the 45. From the gun on 3rd down, Sanders. He's got his line back out of the backfield. And he has another first down as they'll get the ball down to the Eagles' 37. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. It's a short one here, complete to the tight end. And we're going to get a timeout with 2 seconds remaining in the second quarter. And this will split the uprights. It's right down the middle. But now there is a penalty marker on the field, so let's see what this is about. Halftime coming up. Let's get you down to Orlando and our buddy Scott Hansen with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
Okay, Brandon, thank you. We are into Week 8, and we're starting to get a sense as to who are the haves and who are the have-nots. Let's get into it. Our trip around the NFL starts now. We begin at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. The Chargers at home to take on the Minnesota Vikings. And it's JJ to JJ. McCarthy finding the all-world wideout, Justin Jefferson. That's a perfect throw down the field, 33 yards for the score. The Vikings come away with a victory. They win by 6. From there, it's off to Atlanta. Let's look in on the Falcons. They're playing host to the Miami Dolphins. And it's Tua. He's got a couple of touchdown passes in this first half, including this one. The Dolphins looking to even their mark at 4-4. They lead here at the half. One more to show you. Let's go to Charlotte. It's the Panthers taking on the Buffalo Bills. And this is Elijah Moore, one of his 2 touchdown catches in the first half. This one's at half.
It's the Eagles ready to see the football first, and they trail here as we resume action in this third quarter. And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. The Eagles offense and Jalen Hurts ready to take over once more. And he's been very impactful when using his legs this year, both when the pocket breaks down and by design. You notice his name sits near the top when looking at the league leaders in rushing yards by a quarterback. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. He was held without a catch in the first half, but he's got one here, and he also picks up a first down.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
They'll drop the throw. There's a short throw taken in by Bryant. And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory.
That's another Eagles.
Back to throw now on first down. So the completion good for 6 yards. And it's 2nd down.
A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4 at the 42-yard line.
Up the middle with Barkley. And very little there. He might have gotten a yard. Yeah, I think he got a yard to the 41.
At the 41. A gain of a yard.
Throwing from the gun, it's Hurts. That is caught. And he is going to have an Eagles first down as they're able to get the third down conversion.
That's another Eagles first down. First and 10 at the 30-yard line.
So first and 10 now from the 30. Throwing is Hurts. And incomplete, a drop there in the middle third of the field. That'll bring up second down.
It's now second and 10.
They go back to the ground now with Barkley. They do get a couple, but they'll be left staring at a 3rd and 8 coming up.
Well, they certainly had success throwing the ball in this drive, and not as much running it as we just saw once again on that last play. Stopped after a very short gain. But I wouldn't abandon the run totally, because otherwise, pass rushers just tee off on your quarterback. Makes it very, very difficult for him in that situation.
And he'll take it into the end zone for an Eagles touchdown. Jalen Hurts, 28 yards. And the Eagles have tied the ball game with a chance to take the lead. And maybe the defense got so caught up in him throwing the football, they forgot he can take off too.
And you often hear about the quarterback being the unaccounted for guy as a runner. Well, even on a passing play, he's unaccounted for as a runner, and he turned it into a nice game.
A very nice run, and it turns into 6 points. Elliott good with a PAT, and that will put them on top here in the third. Now after the touchdown, here's Elliott on to kick it away. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. Now this offensive unit ready to see what they can do here. And, Charles, it feels like we're set up for a good second half here. Came out of the locker room, one-score game. Now the lead has already changed hands. Well, this offense, they've got an opportunity right now to take that lead right back.
Yeah, and it feels like you're going back and forth, almost a little bit like a tennis match, right? And we just already know our heads just keep moving. Which side has it? Which side's going to score? How are they going to go out doing it? A little bit of a challenge for each side, trying to match each other.
49 yards rushing for him now on what was his 10th carry of the ball game.
It's a gain of 6.
They run on first down with Jackson. They'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. So from Philadelphia territory now, here's a first and 10 at the 48-yard line. They run again with Jackson. Oh, that one well designed as he'll take this down to the 30-yard line.
At the 30-yard line. A gain of 18 on the play.
On first down, it's Torres. And that one blown up quickly as he's going to be stopped before he could even get started. Credit Zadarius Smith, able to get through and make that tackle for a loss. Make it now 3 tackles for a loss in this game, 1 for each quarter.
And for a guy who played defense in college, I can just tell you that he's feeling very satisfied right now by what he's doing. But he's elated because he knows what he's doing is helping his team win the game right now. Making some big-time plays, getting into the offense's backfield, and spilling everything.
Now this is caught by Martin. And he gets it all the way down inside the 10 and mark him at the 5. 75 yards receiving for him now. It's a first down.
It's all pretty simple sometimes, isn't it? Go where the defenders are not, and he does exactly that. Makes a nice catch to move the chains. Defense got to find a better way of accounting for the shorter routes that are being run against them.
From the 2 now, second and goal.
Brings up second and goal at the Eagles' 2-yard line.
Throwing, Sanders. And he will take it in for the touchdown. A great effort there. His 5th touchdown now on the year. And his guys are going to retake the lead. So a very strong first drive in this second half, Charles, as they've turned that halftime deficit into a third quarter lead.
And they were pretty purposeful there, weren't they? Measured in their approach. But, boy, they executed awfully well moving the ball down the field.
The offense will line up.
They'll try and throw for it. That's caught. And he will find the end zone here, and the lead moves up to 7.
21, Eagles 14.
So they go with a pass, and it works there on the two-point try. Charles, just in general, what are your thoughts passing versus running on two-point conversion? Situational?
It is situational. You have to know your team. What is your strength? Because so many people think you have to throw the ball in a two-point conversion, but the stats will tell you that running it is about as proficient. So know your team and go to your strength.
Already at the line, this Philly offense set to go. They'll look for a drive to tie this up, down 21-14 as they have it 1st and 10. Hurts. That's complete. He's got Barkley out of the backfield. From the 29, here's 2nd down and 7.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7. At the 29.
Hurts sets up to throw it. And that's going to be caught downfield by Brown. First down carry for Barkley. Trying to run inside, but nothing there. They'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
A loss of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 11 at the 46-yard line.
Again, it's Barkley. A little juke. And they'll get to him after a gain of 7 to the 47. 3rd and 4.
It's a gain of 7. Makes it 3rd and 4.
Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. He's going to get that to his running back out of the backfield. And they pick up 25 as they convert on 3rd.
Yards on the play. That's good for an Eagles. 1st and 10 at the 21-yard line.
First down with Shipley. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
At the 22-yard line.
And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the 3rd quarter has come to a close. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. And welcome back. We are in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia. 2nd and 11 now. It's the Eagles behind on the scoreboard, but with the football here as we start the 4th quarter. Looking to throw on 2nd down. Hurts. He's got room to roam. And he'll be out of bounds about a half to a full yard shy of the 5. A looming decision to make on the conversion, down 7, but first things first, they need to score as they come up on 1st and goal. And he gets this down to the 3, but no further. Brought the great move out of the bag, but couldn't do a ton with it.
A gain of 3 brings up 2nd and goal.
Barkley. Oh, he's going absolutely nowhere as he is hit behind the line. That's a big loss of 3, and it brings up 3rd down.
There's no question that coming into this game, this defense was pretty vocal about its desire to take this running back out of his game. And all that pregame wolfing has turned into results.
3rd and goal. And keep in mind, very possibly 4-down territory. They're going to look to throw. And this is caught. Touchdown, Philadelphia. A.J. Brown from 6 yards away. And the Eagles are an extra point away from tying this game here in the 4th. But we are set up for a fantastic finish now. A fourth-quarter touchdown here. We're an extra point away from a tie football game.
And I know they're thinking about possibly going for 2, but I'd go ahead and kick this one and just get it back to level.
Don't forget the extra point. It's up and good. And an important one that is, as we are all tied now early in this fourth quarter. Now this one setting up for a great finish. All tied in the 4th as the kick's away. Oh, good return up past the 30. And they'll have this all the way out to the 50-yard line. Excellent field position. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. Well, they just gave up the score to tie it. That's the bad news. The good news, plenty of time in this fourth quarter to try to grab that lead back. Now a give. It's Jackson. And he's able to break out of one tackle, but then quickly brought down. 2 yards on the carry there. It'll be second down.
He's definitely tough to get down. We just saw it right there. But how about what we did see? Pursuit, wrap up, and then the big finish with the tackle.
Sanders to throw. Firing quickly, but it's incomplete. A field goal from this spot likely out of the question. They've got to get closer here on third down. Bulldozes past him. And he'll only get this to about the 44 as they stop him short of the line to gain. So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And that'll bring up fourth down.
Receivers love having the reputation of being go-to guys on third down. And he was fighting like he really wanted to have that reputation, didn't he? I mean, he came very close to making that a first down.
Broke the one tackle, but couldn't spring himself free. The Eagles offense and their quarterback headed out for this next possession. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been that successful. He just processes things so quickly and makes a right read seemingly every time. They'll start out on the ground with Saquon Barkley. And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up. They'll come up 2nd and 7.
A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7.
Now back to throw. Got a man. It's Brown. And A.J. going to pick up an Eagles first down as he's up to the 15-yard line. They get 9 out of that one, and as a result, the drive continues. Now they have a little more space to maneuver from the 15, 1st and 10. He'll drop to throw. It's Rodgers here with a grab. And they work this well upfield across the 45. It'll go as an impressive 31-yard gain.
At the 46-yard line.
Talk about a momentum shifter right there. Tie game, fourth quarter. These are the plays that win you games. And now defensively, the question becomes, how do you respond?
Quick slant here to Smith. And he'll take this from 147-yard line to the other. A gain of 6.
Pick up for 6. Brings up 2nd and 4. At the 47-yard line.
Here's Hurts to throw. Over the middle here to Brown. And A.J. going to pick up an Eagles first down as he's inside the 40 to the 38-yard line. It's Barkley on the counter. And nothing much materializing there on the first down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it. These two teams matching up for the second time this year. Their first meeting back in October, week 6, and it was the Eagles who got the win on the road, so now they look to finish off the sweep here in Philly. He's got Smith here. By the way, you'd be looking at about a 47-yarder from here as they come up on an important third down. Looking to throw. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he is going to have an Eagles first down as they get 5 there on 3rd and 2.
That's another Eagles first down. 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line.
Barkley inside handoff. Trying to find a lane, but instead he'll get back to the line of scrimmage and no more.
24-yard line. 1-yard gain. Brings up 2nd and 9.
And this throw incomplete. The defender all over him that time, but it's going to lead to 3rd down.
It's now 3rd
They'll
down.
come to the line here needing 9 yards to pick up the first. On 3rd down, he'll drop to throw. This will be caught by Brown. And now, defensively, they're going to burn their first timeout. Remember, they get an extra time built in coming up here shortly at the 2-minute warning. So the field goal unit is on the field as this is a big spot right here. This for the lead in the final stages. The kick by Elliott is good. And they have taken the lead here in the 4th quarter. So he waited on the sideline for his first chance in the ballgame, and it didn't come until the 4th quarter, but he connects there. A big one to give him the lead.
Boy, you talk about coming in cold. I don't care how many times you kick it into a net. You're not really ready when you go out there and all that beef is coming at you trying to block the kick. Big spot, and he delivers.
The situation for him offensively as follows. Down 24-21, 2:23 to play. They'll have 2 timeouts and, of course, also the 2-minute warning as they go to work on 1st down. From the left side, it's complete. And they work this well upfield across the 45.
4-yard gain on the play. And a 1st down.
And here we are in the 4th quarter, partner, and watch them drive for what would be a go-ahead touchdown. And you and I both know this is where you need a quarterback who can keep his cool back there. Not just for himself, but to keep the rest of the team relaxed too.
From the gun, it's Sanders. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. Bringing it in, Jackson left side. Very sharp here to start this drive, 3 for 3.
Yeah, I like the way he's running this 2-minute drill. Very sharp, very precise in throwing the football.
And inside the 20 before he's brought down.
Taken down at the 19-yard line. It's a gain of 17 yards. Results in a 1st down.
Plenty of time and 2 timeouts still at their disposal. 1st and 10 here. They run with Jackson out of the gun. Running right through it. And brought down, but not before they get it inside the 10 to the 7. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining in the 4th. Here we go, 1st and goal. They'll look to throw. Eluding the pressure right. He takes it across for the touchdown, and they've taken the lead late in the final minute of the 4th.
Wow, wow.
What a game this has been, and what a drive that was, Charles, to take the lead here late in the 4th quarter.
And, partner, that's a job well done by everyone, from the players to the guys calling the plays. And if I may introduce just one downside to the mix, might be a little bit too much time left. Enough on the clock for a final last-ditch effort to try and steal this one away.
Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. So now it's the Eagles' turn, trailing by 4. A little over 40 seconds to go. They need a touchdown. A field goal is worthless now as they come up on 1st and 10. And that is incomplete. He couldn't hold on through the contact. Brings up 2nd down.
It leads to 2nd and 10.
Back to throw. Over the middle to Smith. The Eagles going to take the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 34 seconds to go in the game.
3rd and 3.
He'll look to throw. That is caught. And he's going to get out of bounds with the 1st down. So that's going to double their pleasure for sure. They get the first and save a timeout. Back to throw. Pass complete. Goddard. Now the Eagles will use the 2nd of their timeouts. That'll leave them with just 1 remaining in this 4th quarter of play.
At the 47.
He's back to throw. He finds his man. Complete. It's Brown. The Eagles will take their 3rd and final timeout. And as the two teams talk it over on their respective sidelines, we take a break. And he'll get this underneath, dropping it off for Barkley. And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25.
It's a gain of 18. That's good for another Eagle.
And he'll stop it with a spike here with 7 seconds left on the clock. Hurts. To Barkley on the check down. And he'll be taken down here, and that is how this one is going to come to an end. This one came right down to the wire, and CD, they had that one final chance to try to navigate their way into the end zone, but couldn't get it done to avoid the loss.
Yeah, and how about the defense there? Because while they had one final look at the end zone, the defense made sure they knew what they were doing on the last play, executed it flawlessly, and no flags. Because remember, if there's a defensive penalty, there's one play left in the game that the offense gets. They didn't allow that to happen.
So for our visitors, they improved to 5-3 as they approach the halfway point of this 17-game schedule. And they will head back home next week. Meanwhile, for the Eagles, the loss will drop them to 6-2 now on the year. And they'll take this loss into the bye as they'll be back in action in Week 10. That'll do it for us. I'm Brandon Gaudin alongside Charles Davis. Thanks to our entire crew as well. We'll talk to you next time. So long, everybody.